Don't have bills last, we'll have to just double check there were no warrants.
Oh, okay. We have no video, just,
Is that the Orange Bridge?
all I got is the art, yeah,
Yeah.
that's not our bridge.
Cool.
There it is,
Yeah.
it probably just
They come.
went to sleep for a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
No, I have not. Not on my list of high priorities to see. Yeah.
Which one?
Oh,
yeah, I'm watching
Yeah.
the Dahmer on Netflix.
Oh,
I'm
no,
on
no,
there.
thank you.
I'm on.
Not even gonna,
Me too.
Dahmer.
Dahmer, no way, not gonna try it.
Good.
Disturbing.
Yeah, I like to find the thing, so, but it is something.
Really? So you had supper
I'm not hanging out with
before or
you.
after a meal?
Well, he's not alone, right?
Yeah, it's a little heavy to watch that.
Yeah.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, my kids think that shit's fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we're good to go. All right. Yes, yes.
All set.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the Bellows Falls Village Trustees regular meeting. We're back to our regular every 2 weeks, second and fourth Tuesday of the month. It's Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. It's at 6:05 in the evening, and we're down here in the town hall lower theater. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And we need to approve minutes of Tuesday, September 13, 2022.
That we approve the minutes of Tuesday, September 13th, 2022.
And a second, please.
Seconded.
All right, is there further discussion on the minutes? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, on to additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification of the future meeting.
No, nothing for addition for this evening.
I would like to add concerns about fires in the park on the island.
Yep.
And we could, if you wish, put it under 6A.
Yeah.
Because it's fire related.
Sure,
Okay, so
absolutely.
at least put it in a proper spot.
These are like little campfires.
Yeah,
We don't.
And-
have Brown down there.
no, we don't. It's not that kind of park. Right. Any public comment? I don't see anybody in the room or on Zoom at this point.
Susan's here, but,
Susan's here, but she doesn't comment. She just
Right.
watches. Managers report.
So a couple things, we've been doing hydrant flushing. So hopefully have not received a bunch of calls, but if you do, just be aware that they are.
Yeah.
You know,
I
going to
called,
town.
it resolved, yeah.
It takes, you know, a little bit of time. Sometimes it gets some cloudy water. It's not the manganese problem that we had previously, which we were concerned about the discoloration. It's just the annual hydrant and the maintenance. Central Elementary is going to have their Halloween parade with all the kids on Monday, the 31st. So they'll be walking around town. We'll have obviously some extra folks out with public safety for that, but just as a warning to the community. In general, obviously with trick or treaters, but also when they're out, you know, in costumes, walking around town, just be extra vigilant this time of the year. With little ones out in the street, we certainly don't want to have anybody have a tragic accident. So that parade is on the 31st at 1:30.
All right. Moving on to the agenda. First thing is to update people on the community barbecue event, which is October 16th. It says Saturday. And parade,
Sunday.
Or Sunday.
I'm sorry, the Sunday,
Okay.
immediately
So-
following the
Change the date.
Fireman's, no, I didn't. Fireman's Parade, and that starts at 1, so I'm assuming that the barbecue will be around 2, but we'll be there, some of us will be there, getting stuff going before that. I did bring a spreadsheet, that I just passed it around, so you can take a look at it, if you want to sign up for anything. I have received donations from myself, Jigs, and Jeff. However, I priced meat yesterday, and to reserve it so I can pick it up on the 15th. It's $311 just for the meat. And that's a conservative number of 250 hot dogs and 250 or so hamburgers, which they don't do patties, so I know what I'll be doing all day Saturday. Naked patties. That doesn't include all the other things on the list, so I'll pass it up to these guys. Buns, condiments, plates, napkins, probably just water because of the expense of everything. I mean, everything's gone up and that's way up. I mean, the last time we did it, we had close to $300, I think, that we donated money, and we spent everything but $92. But we had some donated food as well. And at this point, we do not. some businesses are suffering, so we're not likely to get as, like a municipal handout. We do have, I think we, if needed, and I'll have to talk to Scott about this, I guess, is if we agree, we do have, I believe, $500 in the village expense, oh, it's I'm sorry, my mistake, it was $800, we don't need that. But some of that in order to cover all the rest of it. At this point, so I have $300 so far. And I'm gonna see what else it's gonna cost. I'll get as creative as possible. Have receipts for everybody. If anyone wants to seize the list, wants to donate their time or anything else, please let me know. Again, I'll be putting it all together on Saturday. So, that was it. And I hope it's not as cold as it is today.
Didn't we say at the last meeting that if the could use some of that fund?
I just want to be sure, and maybe someone would make a little motion. I don't know how much it'll be, but I'm gonna keep it as trim as possible. I'm frugal.
I'll make a motion that we, in order to meet our expenses for the barbecue, I authorize the president to charge what is the name of the fund? It's just a discretionary fund? for
It's,
the
it says, yeah, Bellows,
Trustees.
trustees expenses.
Expense account.
Do I have a second to that? Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I can pay it up front and then get reimbursed. I believe that Sean said that the grill will be donated for use. I don't know if we need to buy propane. We did last time, but that was 2019. And other things like that. So we'll see what happens. I put it on the posters, which, oh, Jeff, could you hold up the poster? I gave you the one I had, just for the camera, if it can see you over there. The poster's on the website. Maybe I'll put a couple out around town during tomorrow and see if we can attract some attention for people coming and such. I've asked, it's on it, says you can donate, bring a side dish or chips or whatever you want to do. Maybe cookies or something. We didn't do that in our barbecue, just food, right? Main course stuff, and that's it. Our next item on the agenda is review the heating oil and propane bids.
Right, normally we would have awarded this at a joint board meeting in September, but with the markets being so unstable, nobody would hold pricing from a bid date to an actual contract date. So nobody would hold pricing for more than like a day or two. So we had to re-advertise with a limited time frame, and that's why the bids were awarded at the select board meeting. You can see that we got reasonable participation. Surprising to me, our propane costs actually went down.
Yeah,
And our fuel oil, while it's up, is not up as significantly as some of the prices you're seeing now. So I think from a timing standpoint, we did okay, but we'll certainly see some impact on that price per gallon over the winter for sure.
so I want to make sure that the trustees were aware of what had already been done. There wasn't.
Has it already been?
It's been
we don't
passed.
need-
Yes,
Yes,
yeah, it's just,
the dollars have been accepted.
right. I would normally have brought it for both boards at
Right.
the tri-board, but everybody is being very, it's a difficult, and I understand from their standpoint, from a business standpoint, the pricing is so volatile. They can't guarantee pricing for 5 to 7 days. They just can't do it.
Yeah. I signed my contract with my oil provider a month or so ago,
Yeah.
maybe August, and in order to make sure that I could lock in a rate. And it wasn't, I mean, I wouldn't say it's terrific, but it's not gonna go up now. So,
Right. A lot of them were not even taking bids in August. They said we'll have to wait. because
Wait
the
till
price
for
was
their
so
buy price,
volatile.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do
So,
we have separate service contracts or that's just?
Combined, isn't it?
it's a combined,
It is
yeah.
combined.
So again, moving us into the future, it would be great to get off of the fossil fuels.
Where's it? LNG propane on
Key,
Mhm.
Kane.
Yeah, that's
That was
right.
the least
it? I've
expensive.
heard of one, just to know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, anything further on? Fuel, propane. Where the wastewater treatment plants a major concern.
Right.
And that for the village. Right. Next item on the agenda is the water capital projects, DWSRF engineering proposal, water tank refurbishment and lead line inventory requirement, and how you want to take, what order you want to take.
Well,
this?
why don't we do the engineering first? So as we had talked previously, we did receive on the current intended use plan funding for the Kissel Hill project, which is an old asbestos pipe distribution line that needs to be replaced. Given the timing, because if we're going to go forward with this as a potential item, we'll probably have to have it on for our village meeting later in the spring in order for potential bonding or other options for how we want to pay for this through the budget process. So to meet some of those timelines, we really needed to get the engineering underway. So that's why I wanted to bring this proposal forward to the board this evening to make sure that we're committed to doing that. You can see there's a delivery, a schedule of deliveries, so that we'll have all of our plans and specs pretty much completed by the end of this. Really, it's not December of 2023, it should be December 30th, 2022. So I think that was just a misprint by Chrissy on the 90%. And that'll be the number that we'll be working with as we go forward through our budget process later through the spring.
Questions on this part?
Now, this is the $52,000 contract, right?
Yes,
And in the quoting of the project of $1.2 million something, does that include these costs?
well, we won't be able to do anything with the design, but we will be able to get the contract, the 15,000 portion of this. So once the actual services are done under the design portion, which is the 37,000.
Yeah.
My guess is they won't reimburse us for that. We're going to submit it, but they typically won't do it until you get your full notice to proceed. So the 15,000 will be eligible for reimbursement of the project.
Okay. So this will come out of the water flow.
Right. So all I'm asking you for this evening is the 37,000 to do the initial design work. We won't award the 15,000 for the construction portion until later on. As we're closer, we'll get numbers back. We'll be able to have a conversation through the budget process, and then the board will then be in a position to then continue that contract forward.
Oh, are we looking for, I'm assuming we're
I'll-
looking
I'll
for
make a
grant money,
motion.
right? As
I'll make
well, grant money? on
Yes,
this?
well, I mean, this is, don't forget, this is in the current plan, so it's.
Yeah.
I think 625,000
Was
currently
that-
allocated
is
for
the
grant.
share, our share.
Right.
All right, I move that we authorize the village manager to enter into a contract with Dufresne Group for engineering services for the Kissel Hill project, not to exceed $37,000.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It's passed. Any nays? All right, then water tank.
So we had talked at a previous meeting and we went through our asset management plan, and one of the items that we talked about was the pump station on Griswold Drive. We totally refurbished the tank. We had an estimate for about 775,000. We talked about getting an estimate just to do a refurbishment. The board had done that previously, back in 2006. They didn't do it as significant a project as what we're proposing here, but just to give you some sense of if you wanted to extend the purchase of a replacement, that we could do a significant amount of work, which is roughly $175,000, but it'll extend the life of the tank at least another 10 years. So they gave me an estimate of 8 to 12. You can see that since 2006, we've gotten more time from the last refurbishment. So I think that that's probably conservative, but they're gonna give you a conservative number. They don't want to have, come back to them and be upset that the work didn't extend the life. So it's an option if the board is interested in, and we can look into it in more detail and bring it back to you with more developed project scope as well as a potential contract, if that's something the board's interested in. This is really specialty type of work, so I'd probably come back and ask you for a sole source type of a contract. There's not many contractors that do this type of work. We can certainly try to do a regular bid if you would prefer. I'm not sure that you'll get more than one price anyway, but we could certainly go that way if the board feels that's their preference, if that's how you want to proceed.
Is this the same firm that we used in the previous repainting? Or no?
I don't believe
I
so.
don't think it is, but the name looks different.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Is the, what is the useful life of a new tank?
Well, based on our asset management system, they would recommend that a tank should last, and again, this is depending upon what we buy as a replacement, so it should last anywhere from 30 to 50 years, depending upon what type of coating we have on it and what type of maintenance we do on it to keep it functioning.
Hmm.
So this is in effect buying us another 10 years until we have to make a major decision. And we don't have a capacity issue, so it's not like we have to resize Griswold Drive or do something significant there, which would just make sense then to replace it.
Just getting us to 50 years,
It would be,
basically.
right.
Well, if the tank was installed in '79 and they did an upgrade in
26.
'06, that's about
27 years.
27 years.
It's almost 30.
Right.
And now it's 2022.
Yeah, 50 years would be a lot. That's one thing. It's 30 years.
Yeah, your payback gets to become a little more challenging depending upon it. But again, you can see, since the last time you did it, you obviously extended the life well beyond what the original
Yeah.
estimate
Right,
was.
yeah.
So I think 8 to 12 is conservative. I think you could probably realistically see 20 years on this rehab.
So what do we think? We want him to do more work and then come back with a contract offer and.
Yeah, I just
Well,
wanted to
I
get a
think so,
sense
yeah.
of how the board wants me to proceed, because it'll take, some work with the contractor as well as with the water department guys to bring you back a more developed proposal. I just wanted to get a sense of what you want us to do.
I think the refurbishment makes sense.
Right.
Okay, then I'll
Yeah.
get some more detail from this potential contractor, work with Brian a little bit, and come back to you with a more refined proposal that we take into consideration.
What sort of backup or redundancy is there for something like that if it starts to fail? We find ourselves in 10 years needing to do it and haven't planned properly. What's the, there enough?
Well, and there are
Resources.
temporary solutions, because that again, the big issue there is if you ever had fire, because, it depletes so quickly from a fire flow standpoint. That's the real concern. You can handle the residential and the other flows with a temporary tank.
I was gonna say, that would have to happen while it's being cleaned.
Yeah, there's,
stored.
right, there's a
Right.
piece of that, no matter what they do, they have to drain it, correct?
Right.
So there'll be a temporary as part of this, but.
Yeah.
And if we ever did have a major malfunction or some sort of catastrophic failure, that's exactly what we would do. But it would not be as big as the current tank, because it's just not cost effective, so they bring in, based on utilization, they'll look at flows and bring in something that can at least bide time. So, and then you're always concerned again about fire flow. That's always the biggest issue. Water pressure in homes is always a concern, but even with the temporary tanks, that's not as much of a concern as the fire flows.
So yes, we're all.
So we're good.
Yep. The lead line inventory requirement.
So sometimes our federal government friends give us things called unfunded mandates. And in this particular area of drinking water, one thing that has become a real point of federal concern is lead lines. And even more specific to that, lead lines that are even not part of our maintenance responsibility, but are lead lines directly servicing into your house. So even beyond where I would be responsible if we had a failure today. But we are required to do an inventory, which would have to be presented by October of 2024. There are some loan programs available to help us with putting together a program with a third party to help us do the inventory. We'll pursue that just because it's going to require a lot of manpower. But I wanted to bring this to the board's attention because this had been kicking around for a period of time. Now they finally have some hard and fast dates. So this is going to become a real project for most of 2023 and probably a chunk of 2024 to meet that October deadline. So it'll impact us as we talk a little bit further about potentially recruitment within the department, as well as there's going to be a whole host of challenges once you've done your inventory in terms of what is going to be the responsibility for service line replacement and those types of things. So
So some of the responsibility going to be the homeowner because it's, you're saying.
that guidance is still not out in terms of how they might assist with that. Obviously, there'll be some monies available if it's our responsibility, if the lead lines are still in the area that we're responsible for. My guess is with the age of some of our housing stock, there'll be some homes that'll have to have some remediation done.
Yep.
And how that gets done and what they're going to propose is still somewhat up in the air, but it will definitely involve some cost to homeowners.
And
for
since
sure.
we have almost 2 years, they'll be, about 2 years, they'll be giving us more.
They'll be
information.
developing as we
Yeah.
go forward. They'll be developing more detail, which we'll share with you as we get more information from the feds. But this will be something that we'll be talking about for the next 18 to 24 months.
I know, well, maybe 10 years ago, we had a problem. We had to replaced the line from the house to the source. I don't know what they took out, whether it was lead or whatever, but they certainly didn't use lead
To replace it,
to replace it.
right?
But like you said, there's probably houses. So this study, it includes not only the village water system in the ground, it involves the connections to the house.
Right. Right.
Because do we have lead pipes in the water pipes?
In our distribution system, we should not, or at least I'm not aware of any lead in our system that we're currently responsible for. But again, with some of the age of some of our housing stock and
okay.
some of the details
Connections,
about
yeah.
when connections were made, some of these are really old, almost hand drawn in terms of, when the connections were made.
Yeah.
It's a possibility that we might have some responsibility.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna,
I mean, I was surprised last meeting with the asbestos piping. We're
Right.
talking
Still
about
have some of
replacing,
that, yeah.
right.
you know?
Right. That's the kind of thing that, long term, and obviously nobody wants, lead has, horrible impacts
Yeah.
on people in terms of what it does to their bodies and their health. So it's obviously a serious problem. And I do believe there'll be some money coming to help people, but how that program gets started, how we participate in it, and what our responsibility might be is still all to be determined.
Mhm.
But just something for the board to be aware of.
Great. Can't wait. It's finally what we
I
have.
would have
Yeah.
thought that when they did, I know they did a lot of the upgrades on some of the streets up the north end. That when they did curb stops, that's when they went ahead and you did your service upgrade.
Mhm.
So,
I know they've done some. I
Right,
don't know how consistent they were.
And what's left,
with-
yeah.
Right, and what's
Yeah.
still left, because we've never done a system-wide inventory.
right,
So, I mean, I'm sure there'll be surprises along the
Yeah.
way, things that we were just not aware of.
Yeah, well,
So-
remember over the years, we found a few oil tanks buried in the ground, so
Well, we found them
who
with-
knows?
we actually had oil in it too.
I know, exactly, and we used it. All right, we move on to the next item is on the same document, water employee recruitment.
Right, so one of the reasons that we talked last year during the budget about potentially bringing in another person in the department was we looked at our current breakdown of retirement eligibility. Our two most senior members are within their 18 to 24 month window with their going, where they're fully vested, they could retire. I don't particularly see either one of them running out on their anniversary date, but I can certainly not see them here for an extended period past that. Most people want their retirement when they're fully vested and are eligible. So with the current environment of recruiting and trying to come up with somebody that would ultimately then have to go through a training period to become certified, we really are up against it in relationship to getting somebody in, bringing them on board so that they can learn our operations, as well as then getting them into the training cycle so they can sit for and pass their exams and hopefully then be operator certified. Travis is working his way through now, but we'll, again, as we're losing our two folks here, it's going to be a concern that we need to address sooner rather than later. So what I was hoping is we could at least advertise, get a sense of if there's eligible candidates out there and viable candidates. And if there are, potentially try to fill this position before the end of the calendar year. So this person can be available then to start their training, start their orientation, and then hopefully alleviate some pressure on just the succession planning. We don't have a big department. So it's a critical issue in relationship to going forward. If we lose our operator for a significant period of time and we don't have a viable replacement, then we're going to have to go out to contract. And I'm sure you're aware that the contract price for this will be substantially higher. So that would be another consideration for the board to consider, that we try to avoid that problem if at all possible, and make a more orderly transition.
Do you know the time span between the anniversary dates? I mean, are we looking at a,
I don't know the specific dates. I'll get that for. I think they're not that far. They're within 3 or 4 months of each other. So it's not that big of a difference.
so would we be looking for a second?
Eventually down the road, we'll have to see how we go. The big thing to me is getting these guys certified. So that's important, because then once you're certified, you go and sit for the exam. You need 2 years of on the job time in that position before you're officially certified to be an operator. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge.
In 2024.
Right. And then we have this additional issue with the lead
Yeah.
project, which will definitely be time consuming. Because, Brian and Bernie are great. They have a lot of historical knowledge, and they have a pretty good idea of where things are. But even if they go out and just, work with somebody as a third party, it's going to take weeks and weeks and weeks of field work to figure this stuff out and then do the testing and get the results.
Well, where did we ever stand, if you recall? We were doing mapping on a fair amount of this,
Right,
and the mapping each time the
I know, we've
department head
got-
came in,
this
it
was a
was
line for
never
that.
accomplished.
yeah, no,
We do have some GIS data. We don't have a full complement. We don't have a full GIS data set for water or sewer. We have pieces of it.
Right.
So I'm hoping that as we go forward and we're doing the service inventory work, because a lot of it's going to be, I think, GPS related, we'll be able to then put this into our GIS database and keep that going forward as well.
yeah, we have a mapping line, but we just have never used it,
Yeah,
Right.
well,
and I mean, years.
it was before my time on the board, but I do recall what you're talking about, because back when Everett was here.
Yep.
He had a series of years where he was kind of overseeing that project, I believe, and doing it like in increments.
Right.
And I don't know if it ever got completed or not.
Apparently not,
No, we have pieces, like I said.
yeah,
Some of it, because I know. I
Some
remember the
areas,
board
yeah.
Right.
Funding different sections of it or phases of it.
right, yeah,
Before we hire anybody to work on system-wide evaluation, we'll pull all that data that we have and try to figure out what's paper record, what's GIS,
yeah,
and then
see what the gaps
whoever we
are.
work with as a third party, we're gonna definitely want the GIS product to come out of this inventory no matter what we do.
Anybody want to talk to Ray Perry? I mean, I don't know how much institutional knowledge he would have had about our water
No,
system,
he
but
was
he would
part
have
of
had a
that.
lot,
That would have been his time frame.
yeah, it would
He
have,
has a lot. I know they still call him periodically.
yeah, so he might know more than we could help fill in some of the gaps.
Right.
I
So-
understand, it has to be done in a more holistic manner than what we've
Yeah, they're
done
gonna
in the past.
want a comprehensive And I do agree with you that we'll get that data back in GIS so that we'll keep it that way going forward.
You need a motion to?
I don't think we do we?
Not necessarily. I just wanted the board more to be aware,
'Cause that's
Because-
administrative. everything's-
Right.
Yeah.
and I'll come back to you.
Although we might want to say, how's our budget been? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you want to do it in this fiscal year, so.
Yeah, at this point, I think, again, we haven't had a huge spike in our chemistry as much as we had anticipated. So I think we'll be okay, budget wise, we're doing okay with our billing. And speaking of that, I just wanted to give you guys just a heads up. We had a very unusual circumstance in a house where I'm working with somebody on Henry Street, who the back of their meter actually came off. So the water was coming through the meter, was being read as consumption, but then was just literally going into the basement. They had
Oh my
one of those
God.
old, dirt basement floors. So her bill came out to $16,000.
Wow.
So I do have the invoice from Coda when they finally figured out what was happening, and we have at least been able to determine when that occurred. That was in September.
Mhm.
But this has probably been leaking since the last week.
Yeah.
So I'll have to work with her. She's an elderly person. That's obviously nobody has $16,000 to pay a water bill. There is some opportunity because the meter was damaged that we could potentially replace the meter and I could write off some of the water. I'll just want the board to know that it's such a large number.
We've had a few of those over the years.
Right. So, yeah, we're working with them. They've been very very open and working with us as well. But yeah, that was a bit of a surprise.
That's not something that ever gets inspected as a periodic meters. I'm just thinking like oil tanks and things like that.
Yeah.
Really only when they
How
do
many people
readings.
have that sort of
And a lot of,
situation?
if you're doing remote readings as much, you're not going in the house.
So
And
all
you
that
probably
water-
aren't seeing the meter in that, in that case, unless we're replacing it for some reason.
So how long was it?
For a month?
I would say it was probably running probably since
That amount of money.
probably April till
Oh,
September. 'Cause I
oh,
think we read in
Wow.
March roughly. I don't
Okay, then
remember,
that's
so
why.
March and September.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
okay.
So it's been
6
running.
months of,
And in a dirt floor basement, it just sucks in
Soaks
the
it up,
water. We
yeah.
were dry as a bone this summer, so.
Yeah, that must have been a swimming pool.
Well, that's what I would have thought.
I would
Chase,
think
but
so,
apparently
yeah.
there was only 2 inches of water on the floor.
Wow.
All the rest had been absorbed. I know.
well,
but
keep
you
a
would have
nice
thought-
green lawn somewhere, yeah?
You would have thought that at some point in time, right, you'd have noticed that.
It's in the
Right.
neighbor's basement.
The neighbor, yeah, now it's in the neighbor's basement. That's right.
Yeah, anyway, so just as an aside.
Okay, so yes.
Okay.
Obviously, you need 2 years to get someone up to speed.
Yep.
That Solar contract update is next.
What was
on the
that?
agenda.
Let me just,
Yes.
what is Gaskell Hill? Where is that?
Gasca?
So as well as a capital project for Gaskell Hill Road. Was in Rock.
Up off Williams Road,
Right.
up near Rockland Mills Road.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
is that the road we adopted that year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have water service up there?
I
I don't think so.
might have
Say
been
no.
wrong. I might have,
Because it never went beyond the Highlands or up there.
Oh, right.
or I might have put the
They have an
wrong,
option.
it should have been Kissel Hill. I think for some
Yeah.
reason,
Griswold
my-
Drive.
Yeah.
I think my spell check ended up putting Gaskill Hill Road and I just didn't catch it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's,
so-
Supposed to
so
be
it's-
Kissel Hill.
Kissel.
That
I
would
should say
make
Kissel,
sense.
okay,
It's Kissel Hill,
not Castle.
not Gaskill. At least not this time.
I thought it was a test.
Yeah, it was a
And
test,
thanks for
right?
catching.
How closely did you read?
Yeah.
Jigs one.
Oh, I read it.
Jigs went. Oh, I just overlooked it,
I
yeah.
saw it, but I didn't know if I
Yeah.
pointed it out.
Didn't register.
Jigs is the winner.
But you live on that road?
No.
No.
No. Yeah.
Anything else, Dick? Catch anything else?
Well, just the capital improvement plan was in the pack.
Mhm.
That's just from your asset management plan, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
shows just some of your larger expenditures for useful life and what the potential replacement costs might be going forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it never ends.
No. we're done.
Next item is the solar contract update.
So Deb has been very interested in trying to come up with some ways of reducing our fossil fuel utilization at our sewage treatment plant. So we do have this agreement that goes back a ways with a provider. And I've been working with them to try to figure out what options might be available to us, because we have basically contracted for roughly 251,000 kilowatt hours for solar credits. And if you noticed, when I went back and did the 2021 usage, just at the 80 Mill Street location, we had used 494,000 kilowatt hours.
And did we get credit for that?
So I asked that question because the way that this system works is that each meter has an agreement through Green Mountain Power. So that's
Right.
where it gets a little bit confusing. So I couldn't just add that additional utilization to that meter. So the questions are now, we'll have to look at potentially putting in a separate meter at that location and then applying for solar on that. For just specifically, and most of that, I think, is really coming from the additional dryer usage that we had talked about.
Right.
Part of that's going to be offset because we're going to capture more of the heat from that dryer process and recirculate that. We are capturing some. We're going to capture more. And then potentially the third, and this is the most, it's the most challenging, is we could then decide we want to be a municipal site, invite providers to come in to look at the roof and see if the structures can support some solar panels, and then make a determination about that investment, whether it's worth it to go forward with that as a new site, basically. So it would capture a whole new set of solar credits. So those are sort of the options that are sitting there on the table. Just want to get a sense of the board as to things that you maybe don't want to pursue, things that you're more interested in. If you want us to pursue all of them and come back to you in the budget process, which we will certainly do. But I just want to get a sense from you before we invest a lot of energy into, putting together RFPs and site visits and bringing people out. It's a pretty extensive process once we get started. So.
It would seem to me in order to get the major bang for the buck is for us to develop the solar, not partner with somebody. I mean, we partnered on this thing here.
Right, all we do is get an offset.
We
On
got
our
it.
electric, yeah.
Right, you get an offset on the kilowatt hour price, and then, right, I think it's 20 some odd %.
I don't even think it's that much, but
I agree with you, Jake. The way I read some of this, are we prohibited from doing that because of this agreement?
No, did we have talked
No,
about that
and
last
I
time?
asked that because as long as we have a separate meter, we can do
Separate.
a separate.
Okay,
where does it, I didn't see anything, of course, I don't know. This specific reference to 270. I mean, in other words, if 80 Mill Street, that's the sewer plant, right?
Mhm.
Yes,
If they were looking for a commitment for 275 and we're giving them 500, I hope the hell we're getting the credit for that right now, that we're getting credit for.
doesn't sound,
no,
Huh?
no, because they sell other pieces of that.
Okay, so they
Right.
can't, so they've already.
Right,
committed
so
that.
there's an exhibit as part of your 2017 contract,
Yeah.
and it's very specific that you only have contracted up to 251,000 kilowatt hours for that particular meter on that particular location. You have other offsets at other locations, but it's specific to this location because we're so, because of that utilization being so out of whack.
What about the other contract? We signed 2 contracts.
There's a second vendor that's right, that also has some of our locations as well,
But not 80 Mills.
but not
80
anywhere
Mills.
close to that.
Okay,
I mean, we have some for like the garage has some, the pool has some. Depot Street lights have some. So there's Bridge Street. So there's a few places that do impact. But the vast majority of what we could potentially save would be to do something at 80 Mill Street
Right, because it's the largest consumer
by far.
of power.
Yeah, give you your biggest bang for the buck.
Well, I think
Yeah, I think we
recapture
should-
makes sense.
I'm in favor of gathering more.
Information, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm assuming you want us to look at not doing, for example, these third-party contracts and group net metering, which is
But
what
doing
you
it
have currently,
ourselves.
but
with
to
the-
do a public-private partnership
Mhm.
where we take some of their investment and use our facilities and see if we can get a better deal overall. So,
Yeah, because if there's tax advantages,
well, the private sector gets offsets for that.
right,
Yeah.
We would potentially get a higher participation percentage
Yeah.
on our reduction.
right.
So
Because
that's
we wouldn't be able to take
tax
advantage
advantage,
of
no,
tax.
that
Yeah.
wouldn't give us any.
That would be the best approach is-
Right.
is to have our own field where we partner with somebody that's looking for the tax advantage.
Um,
Maybe
What-
Jeff-
when
maybe
I-
Jeff.
okay, you had something. yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to town fair, probably the best thing that happened, I guess, was at lunch. And I sat down with a couple of people from Green Mountain Power.
Oh, good.
And I work with their guys in the field, but I'm not used to, they're in office, mostly in office people. And anyway, I have a Zoom meeting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. They want to talk about what they can offer us in ways of savings specifically for 80 Mill Street. I just want to see what they're talking about, what plans, and I'll just take that
Great.
stuff off to you.
That'd be fabulous.
But they might be able to offer us some tax savings or other kinds of benefit, you know, because it's a large scale,
Right.
you know, for us, so. We'll
Yep.
see what they want to do. So anyway, just let you know. I'm gonna
Okay.
see what they have to offer and I'll let you know what it is. I'll give it to Scott.
So we'll keep working on that site and we'll come back to you as part of the budget discussion. Hopefully by then we'll develop better information and give you a sense of what opportunities are out there.
Because the ARPA money is a possibility.
It is a possibility.
It's another option.
And it's infrastructure based, that sort of thing.
Sure.
And one of the things that we could do with it if we want to part out from a number of different projects.
Yep.
So we'll look as we get closer to having to spend something. Right? Next time, anyone else? We're all set now? Next time on the agenda, fire service feasibility study.
So this has been kicking around and probably Wade's more familiar just because he's been participating through the fire equipment committee process since roughly 2021. And I just attached some of the paperwork that was submitted back then for the initial feasibility study and then an offset from rural development as a grant. The town was going to put in some money. Saxon River was going to put in some money, and then they were hoping to have an offset from the grant pay for the balance of that study. Well, there's been some turnover in their office in USDA, but when we are in touch with them, this is not on their radar, and my guess is it's not going to be awarded since it's been sitting there now for almost 2 full years.
Yeah.
So the question is, based on some of the conversations we've had at our joint board meetings, how we might want to proceed to get this potential study funded and at least get the data back so the boards can start to look at some hard data as they talk about pretty large capital investment decisions, things like station locations, type and mix of your apparatus, all the things that are related to emergency response. So it would be a fairly comprehensive study. I did attach, just for your information, a copy of the study that was being done currently in Brattleboro. A lot of that reflects some of their issues about EMS, but it has quite a bit of detail as well about just fire in general. And so these things are intensive. They are very data intensive. And when they do come back with you, they'll have recommendations on all sorts of things with staffing, personnel, equipment, service delivery, resource
Locations,
distribution, all the things that are sort of necessary for the board's making an informed decision about fire services going forward. At least you'll have the data. The decisions are a little more difficult, I understand, but at least the board would feel comfortable that they were given a full picture of all the factors before we decided on $600,000, equipment replacements. Or I don't even know what a new facility would cost in Saxon River, to be honest with you. I haven't seen an estimate of what they would potentially spend to build a facility out there to replace their current firehouse, but it's gotta be.
I know that their initial conversations were $1 million plus.
I don't know, yeah, I'm guessing it's in that neighborhood.
Could be higher than that. That was, before things got worse, so as far as possible. Didn't the village didn't we already authorize a $5,000 participation in that? I thought we did. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No, the only thing that we ever did was the original, $5,000 was coming from the town, 5,000 was coming from Saxon River, and 10,000 was the grant.
Okay, and then we're not gonna get the $10,000 grant. We're
It
talking
does
about.
not appear that we're gonna get the 10,000. I think it's unrealistic to think it's gonna happen. So,
So if Saxon Rivers participated, are they adding any more money to that? Because I know Amy and Peter and I were discussing it,
Right.
and because it didn't look like we're gonna see the grant, let's get this thing done and see what we would need to, what our share would be, the village of Bellows Falls, because we have one of the 3 fire departments to get it done. What is that gonna take? I
Well,
thought that maybe I'm not sure who's adding more money. The
Right.
town hasn't added any more than the.
I haven't
10,
gone
right?
back to the town to even have the conversation.
Okay.
Really, you're the first,
Town did 5.
Town
What-
did, town
what
did 5,
exactly-
Saxon River did 5,
yes.
that's 10, and they need another 10.
Well, they would need 12 based on that estimate from 2021.
Oh,
So remember, the total grant was 22,000.
I didn't realize, okay. It's 22,000,
And
so
that's-
12,000 still left.
There's roughly 12,000.
So the project, this study would cost 22,000.
Yes.
Because The part, as I understood it,
We're bigger.
I think we should.
as I understood it, the major motivation for this was from Saxon River because they want a new fire station. And, from a selfish standpoint, having been spurned by Saxon's River for years and years and years and years, because they don't want to pick up any of our costs.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bitter pill to say, we're gonna contribute to our taxpayers who have funded this monster over here on Westminster Street. Every penny of it, the Rockingham taxpayers, including the Saxon River taxpayers, haven't contributed a penny to that. We also pick up our share of the Rockingham Fire Department.
Right.
So I'm a little sensitive. I'm a lot sensitive about the taxpayers in Bellows Falls. Because we know we've got our facility. I mean, that's good. There's no way we're gonna close that and build a new one. I mean, that's it for
True. I think
Bellows Falls.
The
So
biggest question for Bellows Falls are equipment.
is equipment.
Mhm.
Okay, and I think that so certainly if part of this is an analysis of assuming cooperation of the 3 departments, in other words, we have 3 locations where equipment is stored. Then I would be certainly interested in participating in that, particularly if the fire committee recommends that. I think I guess we've got like 11 pieces of equipment or something.
Or is
like
it
that.
12? You have a
And-
total number.
I thought Wade could figure out what we needed on the back of an envelope, but if a study like this would help, and people like Wade are recommending that, then I'd be willing to do that. But I mean, to basically do the feasibility of location for Saxon's River, I don't want to pay any of
But
that.
that's only part of the feasibility.
That's a very
study.
small piece of that overall package of looking at where your runs are, where you are with mutual aid, where you are with your equipment, where you are with staffing, manpower, distribution of calls, all the things that we talk about. This would delve into all of that.
Yeah. I mean,
And then have
equipment
a
is
third
really,
party come up with information and recommendations. Because I think we're all sensitive to how political it can become when we sit and have conversations about it, so.
Well, they cover Athens too, right?
yes, they do, and they
Yeah,
receive
it's a
some
contract.
sort of remuneration
So, I
for
mean,
that.
it's like
It's not a
that.
lot.
It's like it seems like that's another addendum here that complicates it.
Yes.
You know,
That might
I
be
mean,
part of the study and what the compensation is
Yeah.
and how it's
The
shared.
area
I
of
think would
coverage
be
and
part
whether
of-
they have the
Right.
equipment to handle covering Athens as well as Saxon's River.
But the biggest, you're saying the biggest part of this study would be the equipment?
Well, I think the biggest recommendation that would impact Bellows Falls taxpayers specifically would be the equipment and equipment replacement.
Yeah.
And I know that in the equipment committee, Wade has been vocal in terms of thinking that we have too much equipment and not enough manpower. And I don't think the rest of the committee shares his view. I think what this study would do is help him at least be able to present, a third party's analysis and say, well, here's the data.
Right.
Right.
Do we
Now,
need 3 jaws of life? Do we need, we have 12 pieces of
how
major
many
pieces of
pumpers,
equipment.
how many major
Yeah.
ladder? how
We've got what, 3 pumper trucks?
So, how
And then
many, brush
another-
trucks, all
That's
those,
crazy.
all
another
those
9
things
pieces
are
of equipment.
all part of that conversation.
Yeah.
And you can look at it with hopefully an independent view that's not involved in any of the other aspects of it. They're just a firm that does this for, a living. So,
And so they're removed from the emotional piece, which is important
the
because
decisions
everybody
will
wanted
be
their
emotional,
own.
but the data will not be. At least you'll have. the data.
Exactly, it won't be
Right.
emotionally based.
Correct.
I think it's a good idea, only because I think it will help. I mean, every tax dollar that gets spent, whether it's a town tax dollar or a village tax dollar, is money that's coming out of our pocket. So spending that kind of money, like $600,000 or more on a single truck, based upon their desire, even if we're only we're looking at 5,200 people being taken care of by 3 individual departments. I understand Rockingham covers a lot of areas that we don't cover, but we have mutual aid, so don't say we don't go out there, we certainly do. So, case in point, the issue that sort of brought this task force to a head. So if the board wishes to, I would think that we should all be participating. I don't know, at least to the tune of the amount of money that Saxon's River is willing to put in. With the difference, asking the town to participate with the difference, since we're not gonna get that grant, and we're going to wind up having to, it won't get done. And we won't have a good idea. And this is something that's been rattling around forever. 3 departments, should they have 1 department for 2 of those fire departments, one place? Should they have reduced the number of pieces of equipment? I mean, all these questions have come on. And Stefan and Wade know these very well from years of their own fire participation. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
What
the
do you guys
other
want to do?
study with the MMPI study or whatever that one was.
Oh, the one for the police?
Yeah.
Well, that was lame.
Well, there's one that covers the fire, back, although antiquated.
I think the last study
How
that
was
I
that?
remember.
It's the same
Ken,
today.
was like 2001 or.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
That was
wasn't.
pretty
aware of that.
dated, the last one I looked at.
Right.
I know I looked at a study a while ago that was done for the police department.
Yeah, that was.
And it was like, you hired police people to make a recommendation.
Yeah,
And it was like, are you kidding me? This is like,
not a third party. They were
You know,
really
I
involved
mean,
with the
right.
police.
we
Yeah.
don't want, we don't want that kind of, like somebody that sells fire equipment. or
I think another piece beyond the money was, and Amy and Peter both brought it up, is having committee or input before giving them their head, the agency that would do this work, is to have a list of questions of what we expect, the deliverables, that's what they call it these days.
Well,
Well, I
From
think
the
you'd want
study.
to work together and come up with a scope
Yeah.
that everybody was satisfied with.
So we get
So
all
you
the pieces
don't
we
get
need.
a, like James is talking about, just a whitewash of, fire departments are nice and we like fire trucks.
Yeah.
right.
Isn't it nice you
sometimes
have
you
3
could
fire
get-
departments, yeah.
You don't get to the heart of what you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
What's
But it
what's
seems
most
to me-
effective? Yeah.
It seems to me like instead of looking at it, and I'm talking about the bill, the cost.
Right.
Instead of looking at it as Bellows Falls, Rockingham, and Saxon River. I think we should look at it as Bellows Falls taxpayers and other Rockingham
Other-
taxpayers.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll pay 50 and they pay 50.
Oh, so the town of the Zaxton River. can
So
talk about
the,
what they
so
want.
all of the residents of Rockingham, excluding Bellows Falls taxpayers,
Uh-huh.
pay 50% of the cost.
Okay, so
And
that'd
the
be
Bellows Falls taxpayers pay 50%.
11,000.
So that would be up to 11,000.
11,000. I was thinking if we just split it in thirds, it'd be 7,300.
But you
Gee
see,
whiz.
if it's allocated, if the other 11 is allocated to just Rockingham, we'll get 65 or 70% of it. So,
Of the benefit,
Well, I'm
no,
assuming,
we'll get of the cost.
of the cost.
Because it would require a different method of charging for this one study.
my understanding would be that Saxon River is gonna continue to participate in some form. I don't know exactly what or how much.
Mhm.
But I think that's part of the conversation we have to have.
Well, they already
Oh, I would think so.
allocated $5,000 for the
They have
study.
already.
Okay, and the
previously.
town has allocated $5,000 for
Correct.
the study. Leaving a $12,000 balance.
Right.
So you would prefer to, you prefer that it was 50%.
Oh,
That's what you're
because
saying.
we're already in for 60% of Rockingham's
Right.
Uh-huh.
5,000.
Oh, right, of their
Okay.
5,000
So we're already in for 3, our taxpayers.
as taxpayers.
Okay, so if you got 12,000 more, how much more
we
should our
just-
taxpayers pay?
60% of that? Oh,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think but anyway. It sounds like you guys think it's a good idea.
I don't-
but
I
like
don't
said,
know. I haven't heard
just
from-
think that the cost.
the rest of these, so,
I understand the third, the neutral voice on the matter.
neutral
I
position.
get all that. It
Yeah.
makes sense, but there's still part of me that says, this whole thing was initiated originally by Sax River to help them get
It
their
was.
fire station.
Yeah,
So it's like, well, you paid for it
Paid for
then. It's your baby, not ours.
I think
So
they
I'm
should-
kind of at that, but at the end of the day, it's kind of, since all that brought on other issues that
Right.
probably should be,
That should be investigated at the same
could be
time.
looked at again, and maybe this time by an outside person that has, no ties, no strings attached.
And we will benefit from the results.
But
If
what
they-
happens if
Yes,
we
sir.
do all this, we kick in some of them out? And then Saxon River says, well, we're gonna do our thing, we're gonna do what we want anyway. We're gonna build our station regardless.
They're gonna have to come up with their own
They're
taxpayer
gonna bond
dollars.
it in some form or
Right.
fashion.
So, but what I'm saying is, say the report comes back, and says, you know what, Saxon River, you don't even need a station out there,
They might.
based on our study. Or at best, you need just a garage to house, say, one truck.
Right.
Are they gonna accept that? Are they gonna?
Well, they can,
Well,
well,
I
whatever
think
the
it is a
results are, they can still
taxpayer.
do what they
I think the
want.
residents would, I think
Yeah.
anybody reading a third-party study ought to be using the real data to. Right now, it's just so politicized that I think that, the departments don't appear to be, cohesive and, people's views on what should
Well,
be happening.
Yeah,
The residents don't, the residents want coverage and they want safety and they
Right.
want to know that their money's being well spent. I think that a third-party study makes a lot of sense.
And these are big dollar.
Well, right now, their money's not,
well,
It's not being well
I
spent.
would
it's not
think
being
that-
well spent.
Right.
I agree.
You know,
Yeah, but I
think
think,
the study.
I hadn't even thought about that, but I think that very well could be if this firm is looking at economy as well as, as well as tactical and logistics.
Right.
Then that might very well be it.
Well, that would be one of the
You don't
areas
need
we
to
would
have.
want coverage to be
Right.
understood in the study. What are our efficiencies?
Yeah.
Stefan, you had something to say.
well, I was out back when I was on the select board, I was out there with an old buddy, Jim McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah.
And it was after one of the meetings there that they had, and somebody said to me, they were looking at $1 million cost of the fire station. And I don't think Jim agreed with that. But I said, well, you see them ads in the paper there for like 60,000 square foot Butler building for 50 grand that somebody bought and sitting in a box that, maybe you ought to look at that, but saw the ad in one of the local papers. The person said to me, don't you think we deserve, Westminster has this, don't you think we deserve this? And I replied, you deserve the best that we can afford. But if everyone's going to pay for it in the community, if it's going to be, the whole town pays for it, a station out there. I think we have a right to weigh in on it.
But there's affording it, needing it too.
Well,
So if
that's-
it's not needed.
Oh,
What I'm getting at.
Yes,
then I think
and that's,
that-
well, there's an
then the
efficiency, something to
taxpayer
come from
ought
there.
to know that it's viewed by a third party to not be necessary and then
Mhm.
voted upon.
Remember though, they do have a signed contract with Athens to provide service.
I'm sure
So
the
there's a
study's gonna look at
consideration on that as well for that,
That
for
should
that.
also be part of the study,
The study,
yeah.
consideration.
Yeah.
Study's gonna. look
I
at all
think,
the
I think
mutual
we
aid.
should
That's
agree
part of it
to,
too.
I think we should agree to kick in 5,000.
Then make a motion to do so.
I'll make a motion that the Bellows Falls trustees will kick in $5,000 for this study.
And I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay.
That the points that we've brought up, I know Scott will be right on top of it, that's our emphasis from what I'm hearing here.
Right.
You know,
Well, what I would recommend is the board, before a contract is signed, would have an opportunity to review the scope of services.
Exactly.
Comment and make sure that it meets whatever your individual concerns are, and it's comprehensive enough in scope that where you're gonna get a document that will assist you in making these pretty important decisions. So I think that's probably fair.
we mentioned Athens. I'm sure if you take a look up north, I think Wade had mentioned it 2 or 3 meetings back. There's other communities that provide service to a neighboring community. And it's certainly nowhere near, it's far above and beyond what Athens pays to Saxon River.
Oh, yeah, I think there's,
Yeah, you
there
and
are
I
contracts
generally
about,
pay, we all pay now to help protect Athens.
Right.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
mutual aid,
Equipment.
Right.
They have an actual contract
Yeah.
They
for
should,
service.
they should be in for,
right?
We don't get anything for it.
We don't receive anything, Saxon River does.
I know.
But
It's somewhere
revenue-
between 20 and
But they
30,000.
use our trucks that we
Yeah.
bought.
But sure, exactly. That's a valid point. That's equity. But also to be fair to the Saxon River group, my understanding from what I was told was Saxon River Village does not pay for the maintenance of that. Those monies that come from that Athens contract, I can't remember how much they were, but they're not that, there was several thousand they use for the maintenance on that, to maintain
The
their
trucks.
trucks.
Oh,
So,
money that they don't want to raise taxes for, so. they do.
But we pay for the maintenance on our trucks.
Yeah, we don't have, we
but
don't,
I mean, that's
Yeah.
another thing we'd want to look at, on those scope of services, to what their village contributes to their department, same as what our village contributes to our department, and Rockingham to theirs.
Yeah, your big issue is your replacement, your vehicle replacement schedule.
Right,
You really
yeah.
look at your big dollars, that and facilities are your 2 biggest concerns.
And I'm sure I probably won't make some of them out there happy watching, but depends too, if you can order a truck with all the bells and whistles, no plug. Or a cookie cutter truck. But when you start moving plumbing, because you don't like a dump up here and you want it down here. I mean, that's $20,000 more just to move 3 feet.
wow,
That's, make it work.
I have a question. So just for clarity. Diggs is suggesting $5,000 and then your previous statement about we're already paying 60%. So if we took 22,000, split it by 3, it's 7,300.
right, like I
plus.
said.
60% of Rockingham's portion we're paying, so we're effectively contributing about $8 grand.
All total, we
all
think about
total.
that.
So
So we're in the ballpark.
we're contributing
well, we're
5,000
contributing the
plus
most.
60% of we're contributing the most.
No, and if we did 5,000, the point would be that we would not be putting any of the Rockingham.
They would, so the $11,000 is still
So
required,
if-
it would have to be split between town and Saxon River.
Because I think clearly Saxon's River needs to pony up more of the cost.
But you're
So-
saying 5,000 of the 22.
Of the 22, so
Right.
I'm.
Right, so there would be, it's just, they need an additional 12, we would be
Right.
paying 5, and it'd still be another $7,000 that Sackers River, between
Oh,
Sackers River
okay.
and the town have to pony up.
Right.
Glad I asked.
We're
You
gonna
have
get
15, you
benefit,
roughly have 15,000 on the table.
yeah,
You'd
the way
still
they
be
start.
roughly 7,000 short.
Yeah, yeah.
at that
So-
point.
So, there, any further discussion on the motion on the floor that we have?
So what Jiggs is saying is just, no matter how you cut it, it's five total, five.
Five from us total.
5K total from here.
Right,
Yes.
that's what he's saying. And that, because I know that Amy said they were ready, willing, and able to kick in more money to get this going, because it's not gonna happen through the grant. At some point, if it actually ever did, then people could be reimbursed.
Well, it's obvious from earlier comments that it probably is going to happen.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, tiny little,
We just haven't gotten a
That's-
conclusive no. So
Right,
I
no,
feel
it's-
like
yeah.
I'm misleading you if I tell you for
No,
sure
no,
I know
yeah.
that.
No,
I
no,
don't.
I'm not saying that,
But
but
yeah. It's gone
Because
so
we're
long
Feel
now.
that it certainly doesn't seem we're
No.
gonna get this done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays?
No.
Okay. That's fine. No. So you have the
okay,
board's direction. Okay.
thank you.
I do that too.
Fire in the car.
Yes, the
Yes.
campfires in the park. And I thought maybe Sean would be here, but was probably unable to do so. But for the last at least a week or more, was my initial discussion with Sean about it, was that he's been down at least 5 times already, and I've seen fires 3 more times since then. And I got pictures today. I'll pass them around. So you can see what it looks like down there. Now, this is town, which is actually owned by the state. The Centennial Park, but it is part of our village on the island, and I want us to consider this and what we would do now. According to Sean, there are no laws from the state of Vermont to make someone put out campfires that are being used for cooking or whatnot, even though my concern is they're on town property, which is actually state property being leased by town. And that no one has authorized them to be there to do such, which is a different concern. But if the town or the village had, or the town and the village, after talking with Peter, and he thought we should do it together, had an ordinance to ban fires on public property, that would give us some weight. And that's what the state had told Sean, is that if we have an ordinance to do so, we could have more impact and make it and get it enforced to
Well,
prevent fires.
I think we want to be able to define that, because we're gonna have a grill up there on the 15th, it's a little gas powered.
Yeah, that's gonna be on, yes, but that's a sponsored event, right? And if we needed to get permissions or permits or whatever,
Right.
I'm sure that Scott.
You go
can
to
help
the
us get
fire
those.
warden,
This is
you
gonna-
go to the fire department, so
Yeah.
we're gonna
This
have,
is
you know.
a
we're
daily
gonna cook.
basis.
Right.
I was down there Friday night. That's my first understanding of it. I know the guy who's down there all the time. And that there are other people coming now too. It's getting cold. We're getting more homeless people coming into our community.
Mm.
And there was a fire. I went down to the Waypoint Center with a friend who was driving after the town fair. And there we could see a fire. So we tooled into Centennial Park or Pigeon Park, whatever you want to call it, which is not actually a camping park. It's just a park area. And at the end bench on the northern end, which those pictures show you, there was a fire going on. We moved out. It was the person I know down there spent all summer, his summer vacation down there, was there. He took turn to look at us. I called Sean. First I called the police department, and then they put me through to somebody for fire. And then after a while and nothing had happened, we were waiting to see who would come down. I called Sean and he said, I knew you'd be calling me. The fire was put out. So the person who started the fire, I put it out. But then the next day it was seen, another one was seen. Sean said they've been done at least 5 times already. Yesterday afternoon, there were 2 people I didn't recognize. Probably maybe seen enough. Anyway, and there was, during the day, there was another one. You could see they set up a cinder block
Okay.
arrangement, but it's not like it would necessarily protect them from escaping. into the wooded areas nearby.
So where are they getting out of the fire? Are they touching the trees to get the firewood?
You can see this down wood, if they go, they're going into the wooded areas, they're pulling, they're probably
You can
not.
get into
pulling-
the railroad right away.
Yeah,
There's
they
all
can get
sorts of
stuff.
brush and all sorts of.
I saw a
Right.
pallet that they were burning. I'm concerned about processed wood.
Certainly enough cigarette butts.
Yeah. But they've been taking like dry wood, the broken branches and things like that. You can see in the pictures, there's some of them there. And I just want to see what we would like to do. I mean, I don't want to see a conflagration down there because something escapes. And of course, it's just advocating for more of a encampment. And this isn't a camp. And I want to say to everybody, including, so everyone hear it, we're cross purposes here. There's the development of the island, there's the area-wide plan. Do you think developers want to come here and see that? So we're helping there are those in our community who are helping homeless people stay down there. And at the same time, we want to develop the island to bring more prosperity to the community. We need to take some kind of action. I had a conversation with the police chief. There are lots of concerns, but is this what we want for our community? Do we want this? It's been going on all summer. Now it's fires on top of the other stuff. You can see there's clothing, maybe blankets, there's canned food coming from one of our service agencies.
Not seeing an open container, but I mean, that was.
I know, and they have caught that particular person with open container, maybe once or twice. If they give them tickets, they could have them removed or banned from the park or from the area period, because we're talking about the Waypoint Center. I've seen drug paraphernalia left down there. I've seen other kinds of clothing and other stuff. There are all lots of concerns over what we can and cannot do. But if we had a ban on fires, at least we get that part. We'll be safer. I don't know. I mean, it's a very big social problem.
We don't currently have a local ordinance
No, village doesn't have one, neither does town.
on fires like that,
Right.
village or town.
On public.
On public
Public
property.
property. yeah.
So we're looking to do that. I
You
mean,
have
there's
open
also.
burn permits, you have other things. on
Right, you have the
private
state
property,
guide
but-
rules, right?
Yeah, but that's state property. But according to the state, the town/village, whatever, has to have an ordinance to prevent it. Or they can't, or the fire department can't even supposed to go down there and put it out. Because it's like a cook stove.
Well, right, because they're cooking.
Yeah.
They could
Cooking
put it
with
out
what?
if it's a hazard, like if it was, potentially
Mhm.
gonna catch the building next, that's 2 feet and the waiter's on fire or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're right, for just cooking,
It is under trees. It's not like it's in an totally open area that's not exposed. There's all, of course, the problem with that area down there is you've got town property, you've got state property, you've got railroad property, I think Green Mountain Power, maybe Hydro. Great River Hydro owns part of the
Yeah,
property.
some-
It's just there's a confluence of
Right.
overlapping ownership down there, but no one is taking any ownership on the problem that's going on.
so I think we should direct the fire chief to
Mhm.
talk to the state, our local, not local, but regional
Fire inspector.
forest guy.
Oh,
The guy that oversees all the forest fire wardens.
Yeah.
who Enforces the state regs. To find out to get his input as well, and maybe at the next meeting, have Sean come, the fire chief come and give us an update, what he found out.
Well, I do believe that Sean has already done that, because I've had a lot of communication with him.
Right.
The option is we have to have an ordinance in our own municipality in order to prevent fires on public property. So that would be, I sent, Burlington has a couple of those about having encampments or campfires and that sort of thing. I sent that to Scott,
Right.
forwarded that language. It's not a very large ordinance. It's pretty small, but it does cover what we need. And I talked to Peter about it, on the town side, and he thinks we should both have an ordinance of that type. So it would be simple enough to develop one and get us to go through the process. So unfortunately, in the meantime, we can have a nice big fire down there while we're getting this all done.
I hear you, and I agree.
Mhm.
Some of my concerns and thoughts would be, right now, we know where they are, and if something does happen, I think we could contain it. But if they're not there, where would they go?
Yeah.
And I know we had this discussion,
We're talking about the people, not
the
the
people,
fire.
the
Yeah.
individuals, yeah. well, where would they go to put their next fire? Up in the woods where it's tougher to get at if you had to fight it? But we also had the police chief in here last year
Yeah.
who mentioned, you know, they've been offered places to go. And I think one did end up going to the mortar inn,
Mhm.
but didn't like being inside, so he was right back out.
Right, yeah.
But the question is, if they move from there, are they gonna move to some other place, whether it be private property or whatever?
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot easier to deal with the incident there. And I agree with you on when you're trying to sell,
yeah.
but if they're up in the back of the ski tow or something in the woods, I mean, that's a hell
Oh, I understand
Yeah.
that, but last year there was at least evidence of one fire in Buckley lot.
Yeah.
Along with trash and stuff like that. This, and the particular person who's been down there, most likely starting most of the fires, using the fires. Because I talked to someone today over in New Hampshire who knows him, and she said, well, why don't you get a place to go? He goes, I don't want to spend that money. So, and he said, and he's complaining that it's cold, and she goes, well, get a place, and he has state funds, so he's receiving benefit, but refuses to go inside. And spend the money on that, and he's starting these fires. I'm trying to just figure out where I'm getting with this, is that he has a lifestyle of homelessness. This is not someone who's down in their luck, you know, they just lost everything and now they just don't know what they're gonna do, and they're seeking help, and this is their interim method of surviving. I get that, but when you have a lifestyle of homelessness and have years of doing the same thing and has spent all summer down on the island, using it as his personal living space, I think that's a different animal, and we need to do something about it.
Well,
We
he's-
start
What
to
do
take
you
some
need? You
action.
need a motion to,
We, well, no, we don't. I mean, this is discussion, and I would like Scott to talk with
Right.
Peter, because he thinks we both need an ordinance, both village and town,
Well,
to cover our properties.
I agree with you. You've mentioned the Burlington. Scott, could we take a look at what,
Right,
and maybe mimic what
just
they
have the
have?
town attorney just draft something. up.
Yeah.
Yeah, give us
Both
a
copy the
mechanism to
same-
deal with that.
Same ordinance is all you would do.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
there's doubtful that if you could enforce it with financial
Right,
costs, because the person in question would probably never pay the fine.
yeah,
but-
I'm sure enough.
oh, no.
But if you got a restraining order or whatever it is to keep them off the property because of things like this, it would be, there would be an opportunity to find something different. I mean, there are lots of service agencies that are willing to help them do something, and I know the police have talked to them many times, and he still refuses. What to do with that? That's not someone who needs help, it's someone who doesn't want your help.
Well, anyway, I think.
So anyway, so here we are.
The
So-
issue's valid.
So that, okay, so you agree that we could,
Sure.
and we'll bring, and we'll get
Yeah.
something back, so we
Yep.
can see and move forward.
And work with them,
Okay,
get something
that's great.
drafted.
The next item on the agenda is the rental housing inspections program update.
So the last time we spoke, and Wade had spoken to some folks at the state level too, we still don't have feedback from our regional folks. So I had hoped to have something at this meeting we could go through, and we don't. So I think the next step for us is to ask Landon to come down or participate by Zoom, and if he's not available, somebody at another level of the fire inspection department, so that we can get some indication as to where we are in their law review and what can we expect in terms of the work product that we can respond to, react to, modify, whatever their concerns are. We told them we'd work with them. We just need something to work with. So it's been more than 2 months now. I think we're approaching 3 months since we've.
Because we haven't been able
Great.
to implement our,
We really want to have a memo of agreement with them to make this work.
So you can actually, we can
Start
actually
doing it.
start doing it,
Correct.
yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
will
essence-
invite them. I just want to give the board that update. And we'll invite somebody, hopefully, either by Zoom or in person for your next meeting to get a sense of that work schedule.
Great. Yeah, I know I've heard whining from the ordinance committee about inaction. We've been at it for 4 years on stuff, and now, of course, since we lost the attorney who was
Right.
reviewing, you know, we're still
We're
at that
going
point.
backwards at the moment, not, yeah. it's
Yeah, I
gonna
know,
take some time.
not forwards, yeah.
Yeah.
Great, thanks, Scott.
Yep.
Okay, last thing is the financials we have before us. As we always do, beginning the first meeting of the month, we get the financials. So,
if I've asked this question before, but I got a few things.
Okay.
On the first page, on the village general fund,
Yeah,
the insurance,
you already asked that question.
the insurance claim.
Just trying to throw you off.
What was the insurance claim in regards to?
That one, I have to double check. I believe that is part of the the water damage that occurred in the public safety building. I believe that's part of what that is. But I'll double check that.
Is this from, but it did, where, is this actually from FY 22 or FY
It takes
23?
forever to get these things reimbursed, but I think it was part of that work. Remember when we had the records room and had water and then we did the roofing and now I think this is finally where that came from, but I'll double check to make sure that's correct.
Then on page 3, the software support
Yeah,
number, where
basically
we've
100%.
used up our budget. Was that a special project or is that just something that's going to be significantly over budget?
No, I believe that's just a one-time cost is for them. I think they bill us annually, so I
For
don't.
this,
believe-
for software.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's an annual operating license cost. I don't think there's additional costs unless we ask for new modules or new
Okay,
improvements, which at this point, we're not asking for anything.
all right.
We use, I think the other line, the IT outside support is probably where the rest of it is.
Right.
Where we've already, it's a
Yeah.
$17,000 line.
No, so yeah, it's a one-time deal.
Yeah.
That's good. Then the down at the bottom, small item, but
Yeah.
did we just budget incorrectly for the chamber?
Chamber? I don't think so.
I
It's
thought,
supposed to be $600.
I think that's, I believe that's what all it is.
I know, but we overpaid it, like,
Well, I think they changed their dues.
oh, so we didn't anticipate the
Right.
change. They raised the due, okay,
Right.
Their annual dues went up. Smith.
by 50
I
bucks.
thought this
okay.
was just a contribution that we made. No,
No, I think we're an actual member.
We're a member.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. So it's a dues.
Right,
Okay, so there's a dues
Right.
increase, we'll have to consider that next budget.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then on the next page, under public safety, the janitor, we didn't budget anything for the janitor. I mean, it's
Page 4, so.
Interesting that we didn't,
we're
because
at,
it's been
we're
a
at
few years,
$1,440 now in the first,
first quarter.
well, the first third.
Mhm.
I thought we had budgeted for that, but obviously there's nothing in there. I'll have to
Yeah.
go back and look at it.
I'm pretty sure we did.
I know we talked about it,
Yeah, because
Jason. Maybe we just overlooked it. We put our final numbers in. I'll check.
Yeah,
with them
because I know
myself.
they've been having it cleaned instead of, it used to be like the fire department did clean and stuff like that. And we've been having it cleaned for the last few years, at
Yeah,
least since COVID.
it might have
so-
just been an oversight on our part, but I'll double check that.
And the materials and supplies, we used up that budget. And
Yeah,
maybe Sean has a explanation on that.
are those janitorial supplies, some materials? I don't know.
A lot of that was, we did a lot of the work on that, some of the drywall work and some of the other work on the records room. And I
Okay,
think we bought some of that material out of there. So that we didn't pay a contractor to do it.
Because we've spent 24,000 of the 30 budget for the repairs, and maybe we could get an update sometime.
I'll look at the detail on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and water and sewer looks like we've already, oh, that's half, but if we do another half in the spring, we'll be over budget.
On page 5, the building and contents insurance.
Mhm.
I'm not surprised at the cost, but again, I'm surprised at the budget.
Going to budget $200.
Could you check with,
I think it was an allocation issue, and I think there was some stuff in the liability that got reclassified. because I think your overall costs, I think, are in line with what we anticipated. I just think we need numbers around, but I'll double check. that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should have asked this back there because our audit fees for the village, we split them with the water and sewer department.
Right,
Yes.
What is the total contract for audit services for the village?
I
Because
think, if I remember correct, and I'll have to go back and look at the RHR Smith contract, I think it's like 20,000 roughly.
yeah, something like that.
And then we split it, what, 15, 15?
okay, so it's that much.
Yeah,
It's that much.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because
Then-
that,
and
looking
then
at
you have
what,
single audit, that obviously is additional on top of that.
okay.
Where are you now?
I'm on the
5 or 6?
police, I'm at
Page 5.
page 5.
Okay,
I'm at the police, and that, I noticed we've spent 25% of our full-time officers budget.
right.
Are we fully staffed?
We're not fully staffed for full-time, no.
Well, how could we be
25%.
at 25%?
We've had an offset because we've had a couple of more part-time people, as well as we've had a officer out on leave on medical, so
Oh.
that's taken an additional hit to our bottom line.
But our
As a
part-timers are
part-time,
12%.
we're under budget.
Mhm.
by this. But anyway, I mean, the total's at 25, so
Right.
as long as, I guess, as long as the total's at 25, we're 25% of the year, then all's well, but anyway, we don't have the full complement of
No,
that.
we don't.
No.
No.
On the next page, 6, the dispatch, do we pay that in advance? I mean, it looks like we've made 2 payments.
Yeah,
Yes. And then
Quarterly.
we do a quarterly payment, and then depending upon additional coverages, when we don't have our dispatcher on site, then they'll bill us additional. Remember, we went through that contract previously, so.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So as of October 6th, we made 2 payments. Then.
Right. And part of that covered a period of time when we lost our previous dispatcher, we hired somebody new,
so
so
we do have a new dispatch,
we have a new person.
and are they in the same schedule?
They're on the same schedule, so the goal is that we should hopefully not go significantly over on that line item, because we won't have large periods of time where the sheriff has to pick up additional coverage. We'll keep an eye on that.
And then under police vehicle, it almost looked like the 2 lines are offset. It says contract and car cameras,
Mhm.
which we haven't spent anything, and then it's police vehicle, we've spent $7,200.
That's supposed to be coming out of another line?
What would?
No, mostly that is the additional purchases to try to finish out the fitting out of the
The new
car,
vehicle,
the new vehicle, which we do finally have a vendor who's gonna be doing the install. So the car is out getting worked on. And because it was a new model year, a lot of the items that we wanted to salvage, like the cage and a few other, of course, they changed the interior, the sizes, so the
That
old
can't.
stuff can't work in the new vehicle, so that's part of that over as well.
Can we
Should
sell
that
it?
come out of the reserve, or should that?
I think we're gonna keep an eye on it, and if we run into substantial problems, then we'll come back to you and say, maybe do a modification before we get too far down the road.
Sideline, can we sell equipment that doesn't fit in that new vehicle? That we
Yes,
have
as long as there's a department that's buying for,
those pieces.
right,
Okay,
yeah, whenever they change these models like that, it's so infuriating, because the cages, some of the specialty items, the racks for the, all that stuff has to be then purchased new.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
And she has charged the 25,000 to the reserve.
Mhm.
so.
You know, you realize every time we always let Jake's move forward because he always has the most questions. Yeah.
I'm going to the water fund next.
He's
Okay.
answering most of the ones I was gonna
Right,
ask
I
anyway.
had utility involved.
Yeah, you get mine. Okay, in water.
On water, on page 2, just an explanation on the Griswold Cedar Pierce expense that must have been an extraordinary item or something.
Yes. That was, I think what Brian was doing was he was replacing a pump that was an alternating pump, and one of them went down, so he had to replace it completely. So that's the cost of the new pump.
It wasn't expected.
It was not expected. It was not scheduled, put it that way.
Yeah.
Was that 3 pumps or just one?
No, that was an offset. So I believe that's one of those systems that has the primary and then the secondary, and I believe it was one of the,
Okay, because it has the 3 streets on there. Yeah.
right.
Okay. And then on page 5 of the sewer wastewater, we got the EMI contract and the sludge down near the bottom.
Okay.
Is the EMI contract, again, have we paid two installments, or are we,
Oh,
RMI.
yeah, RMI, yeah.
Those are billed upon the testing regimens from the state, the requirement. We don't do a quarterly or an estimated. This is based on just existing requirements. So this is them coming in to do specific testing that's been part of our Class A licensing.
But does it look like we're gonna be over budget on that?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
No, I think we're, because again, the other problem is, as long as we don't have anything show up, you know, some communities are having issues now with PFOAs and some other things that then require more testing.
Yeah.
And then you get into this cycle where you never stop. We haven't hit that. We are in good shape with that, knock on wood. But that would be the only reason why we would have a significant issue, and I'd come back to you before that and say, hey, we got a problem. But so far, we have not experienced that.
and then the last item was on page 6, which is the safety equipment.
yeah, $16,000 with no budgeted line.
That was, I believe, that was part of the trench box that we purchased, and then we're gonna reimburse. You remember? We did a
Grant.
safety grant for that. So there'll be an offset for that.
Okay.
revenue. That's just where it got purchased, so I'll make sure that the
Okay.
offset gets recorded, and when it does, I'll report that back to the board.
Hey, good.
Yeah. Hey, you hit all the ones I was gonna ask.
I have one.
Good.
Okay?
Back on the page before that, under the wastewater, page 5 of 7.
5 or
Okay.
7, yeah.
I probably knew this at one time, but I forgot. What's the sewer, down at the bottom, sewer agreements? Just above the RMI.
Right, I see that, the 2,000.
I
Oh,
think
I'll
we have
double
to
check
pay
that
some
one.
fees. I think there's some kind of fees.
I don't think it's
in the past.
licensure. I'll have to double check that.
Is
I
it
don't think it's our
over
licensure, but I'll.
No,
double check.
no, it's, I was just curious. I couldn't
Right.
remember what sewer agreement.
Yeah, I'm not
was.
sure what gets allocated to that, so I'll have to look into that, get back to you. That one I don't recall, off my head.
Yeah.
Anyone else with questions? No? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda items for the next meeting, October 25th, 2022. Does anybody have any
Regrettably, I will be.
Not here? Will you zoom in or just not at all?
I think not at all, 'cause I'll be on the road.
Okay. right. Guys have anything that, no? I'll definitely have I'll have a roundup report of the barbecue. Sunday, the 16th. Agenda items for the joint board meeting, which have been tri-board meetings, November
Right.
29th, 2022. Probably nobody has anything specific right now. But we will.
The one thing that I will have for
Yeah.
you is the request for negotiations with the PBA.
Yeah,
We had that, if you remember, on the
Yeah.
joint board, and then with Ray passing, we pulled that item, so we'll have to come back to you.
and by then you think we'll have resolved who will be our
Who will-
negotiating
right.
attorney. That's
So-
all. Okay.
And will discussion of the fire feasibility study occur on that?
We won't
meeting,
have it
or-
back. I don't
Well,
think,
we're gonna
will we?
meet, the equipment committee will meet on the 17th, so I'm hoping that we
Okay.
have a pretty good handle on where that's going
You mean
after that. meeting.
Monday,
Yes,
yeah,
next
Monday
Monday.
in October. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, So by November, other things might happen, and then
I'm
we'll go back to
hoping.
the boards, those
Right.
other two boards concerning the balance of the,
Right, so then we have a plan to go forward by that next joint board.
okay. Do we have any orders?
No, I went upstairs. I
Didn't
not
find
see-
anything?
No,
Huh.
so
Okay, I knew I signed stuff last week,
Right.
in the last couple
I
weeks,
didn't-
but it's hiding somewhere.
I did not see them.
Okay, so
we will do
perhaps
that time.
next meeting, yep. Other business, Scott,
No, all set.
wait,
No, I'm good.
thanks.
Good.
Devin.
Good.
Devin.
All set.
I have a couple little items. Number one, just letting the public know, to be careful. It's cold season, but there's been a lot of rounds of COVID going around in the last week or so. And I heard a lot of people having that from someone in one of my grandkids' side family to people in town hall,
Yeah,
elected officials and such as that, not myself. But just be careful, make sure to get your, again, updated tests from the store or whatever, if you're going to check it on yourself. Because a lot of the tests we had from previously are all expired. And the other item, the difference between the sniffles and COVID. The other item is, while I was at town fair, I don't usually do the checking with the vendors and going shopping and stuff, but I had a small conversation with someone from Hoyle Tanner, who told me that the state of New Hampshire has selected them to do engineering for Violence Bridge. So that's a tiny, tiny step forward. I mean, because people say, well, they could just drop that whole thing. But to me, it signals a sort of commitment moving forward to get that done in 2023.
it's hard to spend design money and not build a bridge.
Yeah, so I was very happy to hear them talk about that, and there's a couple of other transportation things about us that they'll be doing too.
You said
You
they've
must
been-
recognize the name.
Been selected?
They've been selected by New Hampshire DOT, yeah.
That's right.
So I thought, yay, it's another step.
Yeah,
I just want to let people know that as we slowly, if it's Hoyle Tanner, you want to see their stuff?
Well, how'd you find that out? You asked them or they just,
I went in there, no, because we're required to wear a lanyard and it
Yeah.
says what town I'm from. And so
Right.
when I saw what they were, I said, well, talking about bridges and stuff. And she said, yes, you might want to know this. And then she starts telling me, it's like, oh, so happy to hear that. This is a great piece of news. So I'm not getting a report on the town fair. I really think there were some other things that might have been moving forward. There were the DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee was really good. They had a lot of great speakers for that session. The others I attended were had to do with housing. I have to say, they talked to 3 different towns around the state of Vermont, and they've been working for years and years on developing their housing. And they haven't gotten anywhere.
It's
Pretty much, that was the deal.
frustrating, yeah.
Very frustrating. One of them has started in 1989.
Hmm.
And of course, there've been different iterations of it, but not getting any traction on getting a local options tax that the town elected to do, but the select board said you're not getting any of that money to help with housing. And another town, these were both ski towns,
Hmm.
2 of them, that did get help with local options tax, and still they can't get things done. They have like 80% second homers in that town. The other town is like 50%. So moving forward on housing development is a lot tougher, and it'll take a lot longer than we see.
Did they say what they thought their hurdles were? I mean,
Yeah, they did talk about a lot of that, and there's tapes and stuff, and I can send you guys links so you can get a better understanding. And one of them is a tiny little town, whose name I can't remember right now.
Montgomery,
Yes, Montgomery, yeah, you were there.
Yeah.
That had no,
wastewater.
that had no wastewater.
Hmm.
And they can't develop their town if they can't get
Right.
sewer, you know, to these
Infrastructure
different
and
areas.
zoning, I would say, are the
Yeah,
two.
and
Well, that, and the problem with
The
a lot of their
distance between-
existing housing stock in the village proper.
Yeah.
They don't have, they're so small, they don't meet the new current day specifications for like new septic systems.
Yeah.
So they're having to deal with all that too, and
that's a tough hurdle for them, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and trying to get awareness out there and stuff, so they can actually improve their towns.
Well, I was surprised in our report at the joint board, about 10% of our housing stock is just vacant. It's not second home, it's not bank owned, it's
Yeah.
literally reported out as vacant.
Yeah.
Which is something I think is an opportunity.
It definitely
to try to
worth,
figure
yeah,
it
it's
out.
worth investigating.
Right.
How much that, where that is, and
Right.
who has that, and then having them try to have a conversation.
Right.
And then the
That means that-
percentage of houses that are 58% are pre-1940 versus a state of the state's
We have a
percentage is
heavier
26%.
percentage of older homes here.
Mhm.
Yeah, our building
Twice the
boom
percentage.
happened in 1900.
It did,
But
Yeah.
you look at, the level of decay and the resources aren't
Yeah.
coming down to us in the way, lead
Right.
paint and all of that, it's, there needs to be more directed to those towns that have a larger quantity of older housing stock, I think.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a
One thing
challenge.
that I was hoping they would talk about, or they might have a statistic on, and you might have one, is what is the, that 10% or 6% or whatever it was, I got the impression that that's like the burned out house down here and like the house at the end of Capwood Place.
oh, yeah,
These are almost like abandoned properties.
Right,
Um,
10% for us is pretty significant.
That's big, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's a
I
lot.
know, but the question is, what's our vacancy rate? I mean, do we have do we have apartments that are generally available
No,
to rent?
right now?
Yeah.
I think the inventory is low.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had 20 of them, you could rent them all. There's nothing out there.
Okay.
So it's a challenge. I think that's an area to really take a hard look at, right? Because that means there's structures there, they've got infrastructure,
right,
yeah,
they're just sitting there abandoned.
be
Yeah.
better off being used.
Yeah.
So it makes
High
sense
Street
that
has a
that could
couple
be.
that are vacant.
Speaking of the burned out property, I thought that was gonna come down.
it is.
There's an
You know,
RFP
there's a-
out to do the.
Yeah, it's in the shopper, an
Okay,
RFP,
yes.
it's that place, and what's the other one?
On Brockway's Mills.
On
the
Brockway's
house that
Mills
slid
now.
Down the hill after the July storm.
Okay.
That one's a FEMA reimbursement, those Brockway's Mills.
Mhm.
Then that'll be a floodplain, it won't be developable, it'll be an open,
But at this point in October, unless you've got someone right away, you wind up waiting.
it's
till
winter
spring.
work, you want.
You think it's winter work,
Oh, yeah.
okay,
It's gonna be a better
Oh, yeah.
price.
Alright.
That's why we're doing it now. We'll do this as winter work for sure. Yep.
all right, so we have no further need of an executive session this evening, we can have one, and so I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
I-
Aye. Good night, everyone, and be safe.
Thank you, Scott, for all your work.
Recording.
you.